The last sound I heard was not the screech of tires, but the softness in my husband's voice, a tone I had never heard in 40 years of marriage. "Clara," he whispered, his arms wrapped around Sarah, the woman he had always wanted. "I can finally throw away the disgusting cane I've used for 10 years. I can love you openly now." Then came the impact. My body, a thing of bones and memories, was tossed into the air like a discarded rag doll. The world became a blur of asphalt and screaming metal. Daniel, the man whose legs I had massaged back to life, whose body I had bathed and fed, had pushed me into the path of a speeding truck. 40 years of my life, erased in a single brutal shove. The last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me was his face, not looking at my broken form, but gazing into Sarah's eyes with a reverence he had never ever bestowed upon me. I died with that image seared behind my eyelids, and then I opened my eyes. Sunlight, golden and young, streamed through the lace curtains of my girlhood room. The air smelled of my mother's rose bushes and fresh-baked bread. I sat bolt upright in my narrow bed, my hands flying to my face, my body. It was slim, strong, unburdened by decades of caregiving. This wasn't heaven. This was my past. "Elena. Come down, dear. Daniel is on his way," my mother's voice called from downstairs. A cold dread, sharper than any pain from the truck, pierced my heart. Daniel. The proposal. This was the day. I stumbled to the window, my legs strangely sturdy beneath me. Our small, tidy yard was just as I remembered. And then I saw him. Daniel Hayes, young and handsome in his crisp shirt, walking up the street. My breath hitched. But he wasn't carrying the small jewelry box I'd always imagined. He was carrying a large cardboard box. A television. Hope, foolish and fleeting, bloomed in my chest for a second. But it withered instantly. He didn't pause at our gate. He didn't even glance toward my window. He walked straight past our house and turned up the path to the grand house next door, the home of Sarah Wilkins, the factory director's daughter. The world tilted. He was reborn. He remembered everything. And his first act was to make a different choice. A better one for him. I heard my father's roar from downstairs. "That ungrateful little worm. He has a television. He's going to propose to that Wilkins girl." I stood frozen at the top of the stairs, listening to the sounds of my father's fury, the crashing of a chair being kicked. My mind was a whirlwind of 2 lifetimes, the crushing weight of the first and the terrifying blank slate of the second. "Elena." My father, Thomas, appeared at the foot of the stairs, his face purple with rage. His hair was thick and dark, not yet streaked with the gray that worry and disappointment would later paint. The sight of him so vibrantly alive brought hot, sudden tears to my eyes. "Don't you cry, my girl," he said, his voice softening as he saw my tears. He mistook them for heartbreak. "So what if he's a postal worker with a state job? I'll go over there right now and drag him back by his ear. That proposal belongs to you." He grabbed a thick bamboo pole from the umbrella stand, his intentions clear. In my first life I would have been right behind him, my heart soaring with the belief that he was fighting for my love. Now I saw the truth. He was fighting for my honor against a man who saw me as a stepping stone. "Dad, wait." He stopped, the pole held aloft. "What is it, Elena? Don't tell me you're defending him." I walked down the stairs slowly, each step solidifying my resolve. I reached out and placed a hand on his arm, the one holding the weapon meant to defend a love that never truly existed. "I'm not defending him," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "I'm letting him go. If Daniel thinks Sarah's family background can help him more than ours, then he's not the man I thought he was. I won't fight for a man who trades love for ambition." My father stared at me, his anger replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. "Elena, are you feeling well? You've said since you were 16 that you would only ever marry Daniel Hayes." A wave of bitter laughter threatened to bubble up. Oh, the foolishness of youth. The blindness of a first love. "I was a child then," I said, lowering my gaze. "But I've grown up now. I want to choose someone better for myself." "Better? Who?" he asked, bewildered. I took a deep breath, the name feeling foreign yet right on my tongue. Didn't Marcus Thorne send a matchmaker to propose last week? The silence that followed was deafening. Marcus Thorne. The name was synonymous with trouble. A wild youth with a sharp mind for business, he was already the talk of the town, our area's first real entrepreneur. In my first life I had thought him nothing but a flashy, unreliable rogue. I had chosen the stable, respectable Daniel over him. I had chosen a lifetime of servitude ending in betrayal over a chance at something real. My father's jaw hung open. Marcus Thorne? Elena, his reputation. People say he's reckless. He's not a steady man like Daniel was supposed to be. I gave him a small, sad smile. Dad, can a reputation feed you? Daniel had a good reputation and it didn't stop him from trampling all over me. Marcus may not have the best name, but he's successful. He has a future. And I've heard he's fiercely loyal to those he cares about. I paused, remembering snippets of gossip from my past life. Marcus Thorne, who built a massive business empire but was rumored to have never married, his heart always held by a woman he could never have. Tell the matchmaker I'm willing. My father searched my face for a long moment. He saw a determination there that he'd never seen before. He was a simple, honest man and he loved me more than anything. Seeing the steel in my eyes and comparing it to Daniel's very public betrayal, his resistance crumbled. He let out a long, heavy sigh, the bamboo pole clattering to the floor. As long as you're sure, my girl. As long as you won't regret this. I'll go find the Thorne family matchmaker. But if that Marcus Thorne ever dares to mistreat you, I'll make him regret the day he was born. He pulled me into a rough, heartfelt hug. I buried my face in his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of soap and pipe tobacco. Warmth flooded my chest, thawing the icy block of betrayal that had taken root there. This was my second chance. Not just to avoid a terrible fate but to build a good life. As my father stormed out, a new kind of energy filled me. Daniel Hayes could have his Sarah Wilkins. They could rot together for all I cared. They were part of a past life, a closed book. My future was with Marcus Thorne. The news spread through Oakwood Village like wildfire. The gossiping aunties who had been whispering about my humiliation now had a fresh, even more scandalous piece of meat to chew on. Did you hear? Elena Vance turned down Daniel Hayes and is marrying Marcus Thorne. Has she lost her mind? Daniel has a government job. What does Marcus have besides a fast car and a few shady deals? I bet Daniel found out she was seeing Marcus on the side. That's why he proposed to Sarah Wilkins. She's damaged goods, marrying the first man who'll still have her. The whispers were venomous, but they rolled off me like water off a duck's back. I had endured far worse in silence for 40 years. This was nothing. A few days later, while I was hanging laundry in the courtyard, the subject of the gossip himself appeared at our gate. Daniel Hayes stood there, his hands in his pockets, an infuriatingly smug look on his face, as if he still had some claim over me. Elena Vance, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. Are you seriously going to marry that thug Marcus Thorne? I didn't even turn around. I continued, pinning a sheet to the line. Wake up, Elena, he continued, stepping into the yard. What does Marcus Thorne have besides some dirty money? You think he can give you a real, respectable life? I finally turned to face him. Looking at his handsome, pretentious face, I felt nothing but a profound and utter disgust. This was the man for whom I had wasted a lifetime. Daniel Hayes, I said, my voice cold and flat. Who I marry is none of your damn business. His face contorted, flashing between anger and disbelief. He sputtered, choking on his own pride. I'm only saying this for your own good. I can't stand by and watch you throw yourself into a pit of fire. You won't be happy with someone like him. He took a step closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. I know you're still angry with me. But Sarah, she's the one I truly love. Her father is the director of the textile factory. He can open doors for me, give me a future you can't even imagine. You have to understand that. He leaned in, his voice becoming a conspiratorial whisper. If you regret this now, just say the word. Once I'm settled in the city with my new position, I'll make sure to look after you too. You can still have a place in my life. I stared at him, truly seeing him for the first time in 2 lifetimes. He was ridiculous. He was pathetic. We had both come back from the dead, and he had the audacity to think I would willingly choose to be his side piece, his backup plan, his housemaid for another 40 years. I spoke with a calm that seemed to unnerve him. Daniel, there is nothing between us anymore. Who I marry and whether I am happy or not is none of your concern. Don't come bothering me again or I won't be so polite next time. He was shocked by my firmness. His eyes narrowed and the mask of concerned benevolence slipped, revealing the bitter, entitled man beneath. "Elena Vance," he sneered, "don't forget. Don't you ever forget who it was that saved you all those years ago." My heart stopped. The air left my lungs. So it was true. He remembered everything. The accident that crippled him, the one where he'd pushed me out of the way of a runaway cart. The foundational debt of my first life, the chain that bound me to him. He remembered it all. Before I could form a response, my father's voice thundered from the kitchen. "Who the hell is making a ruckus at my doorstep?" Suddenly, a basin of ice-cold, soapy water, the remains of yesterday's washing, came flying out of the kitchen window. It drenched Daniel from head to toe. He let out a shrill, undignified yelp, stumbling back, soaked and spluttering. My father stormed out, the empty basin in his hand, his face a thundercloud. "Oh, it's you," he roared, pointing a trembling finger at the dripping mess of a man. "You ungrateful little bastard. You think you're a swan now? Come here to gloat to my daughter? Take a look in the mirror, you piece of trash. Get lost. And if I ever see your face here again, I'll break your damn legs." Daniel's face went from red to sheet white. He was shaking with a mixture of cold and pure, humiliated rage. He pointed a finger at my dad, his mouth opening and closing like a fish, but no words came out. Finally, he stomped his foot, water sloshing from his shoes. "Just you wait," he growled through clenched teeth. Daniel Hayes, will make it big one day. You'll all regret this. You'll see." He turned and sloshed away, a pathetic figure leaving a trail of water and wounded pride. I watched him go, then looked at my dad standing there fierce and protective. A genuine laugh bubbled up from my chest, the first real laugh I'd had in what felt like a century. Dad chuckled too, his anger melting away as he saw my smile. "Sweetheart," he said, "as long as I'm around, no one is going to bully you." I nodded, my eyes misting over with tears of gratitude, not sorrow. The first battle was won. The war for my new life was just beginning. The gossip in Oakwood Village reached a fever pitch, but it was about to be utterly silenced. A few days after Daniel's humiliating exit, Marcus Thorne arrived to formally propose, and he did so in a way that shook the entire village to its core. The rumble of engines announced his arrival long before the procession came into view. 4 young men, crisp in clean white shirts, rode brand-new flying pigeon bicycles. They formed a guard of honor for the man himself. Marcus wasn't on a bike. He was driving a deep blue, slightly battered but impeccably clean sedan. A vehicle so rare in our village it might as well have been a spaceship. The entire neighborhood spilled out of their homes, crowding around our courtyard fence, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The 2 lead bicyclists carried a large, red-lacquered wedding trunk between them, its polished surface gleaming in the sun. It was said to be filled with clothes and fine fabrics for every season. The other 2 brought up the rear, their handlebars laden with baskets containing cigarettes, expensive wine, fine sugar, tea, and 2 plump, red-feathered roosters, their feet tied but their heads held high as if they knew they were part of a spectacle. And then there was Marcus. He stepped out of the car and a hush fell over the crowd. He wore a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, the kind officials wore, but on him it looked different. Less bureaucratic, more powerful. He had a confident, almost roguish charm, but as his eyes scanned the crowd and landed on me, standing in the doorway, all that swagger melted away into something else. A nervous, intense seriousness. The same aunties who had been whispering that I was damaged goods, just days before now stretched their necks, their eyes wide with envy. My father, Thomas, stood beside me, and I heard his sharp intake of breath as the gifts were carried into our courtyard, covering the swept earth ground with a display of wealth we'd only ever heard about in stories. The gloom that had hung over him since Daniel's betrayal vanished, replaced by a stunned, proud glow. And then, as if on cue, a small commotion stirred at the edge of the crowd. Daniel Hayes and Sarah Wilkins had just happened to be passing by. Sarah was dressed in a trendy floral dress, her hair styled in big, fashionable waves. She clung possessively to Daniel's arm. Daniel, in a slightly worn white shirt, tried to project the air of a man on the rise. Sarah's eyes swept over the gifts in our courtyard, over Marcus's car, and a sneer twisted her pretty face. She muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear, "This is it? And they call this impressive." Then she raised her voice, a false, tinkling sound. "Just the other day, Daniel bought me a black and white television that cost over $100. Once we get our place in the city, we'll be watching TV every day." She exaggerated the words, our place in the city, preening under the attention. Daniel stood beside her with a smug, satisfied look, as if waiting for me to crumble, to show a flicker of regret. My father's face darkened instantly. Marcus, who had been watching the exchange with a detached amusement, saw the shift in my father's mood. The easy smirk on his face disappeared, replaced by a quiet authority. He took a step forward, placing himself between our family and the interlopers. Mr. Hayes, Miss Wilkins, he said, his voice calm but carrying clearly. Today is the day I'm formally proposing to Elena. I appreciate your passing interest. His tone made it clear their presence was as insignificant as that of flies. Then he turned his back on them completely, a deliberate dismissal that was more powerful than any shout. He took a small box wrapped in red paper from one of his men and held it carefully with both hands as he presented it to my father. Sir, he said, his voice sincere, this is a token of my sincerity. My father, looking bewildered, took the box and opened it. His gasp was audible. Inside, neatly stacked, was a thick wad of banknotes. Holy hell, he muttered, his hands trembling. 2,000 bucks? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 2,000 yuan. A regular worker's monthly wage was 30 or 40 yuan. This was an astronomical sum, a king's ransom. My father was stunned into silence. Marcus, this is way too much. I can't accept this. The Vance girl really struck gold this time. She's going to be a rich lady. What's a government housing unit compared to this? Elena is truly blessed. The villagers' whispers were now filled with awe, the earlier scorn completely forgotten. But Marcus wasn't done. He turned to me, his gaze locking with mine. His eyes were gentle but held a resolute fire. Elena, he said, and the courtyard fell silent again, everyone straining to hear. I know my reputation hasn't been great. And I know I must have caused you and your father some worry. He paused, taking a deep breath as if steeling himself for the most important deal of his life. This, he gestured to the money, is everything I've saved over the years through my business. But that's just money. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out an oil paper-wrapped envelope. He unfolded it carefully, revealing an official-looking document stamped with a bright red seal. And I've also brought the deed to a small house in the city. I brought the original document with me. The crowd erupted. A house. He was offering a house in the city. I saw Daniel's face. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, fixed on the red-sealed deed. Disbelief warred with a furious, bitter jealousy. This wasn't in his script. In his reborn mind, I was supposed to be pining for him, living a life of quiet desperation in his shadow, forever regretting my loss. He was the protagonist. I was the discarded side character. My marrying someone far more successful than he could ever hope to be, and gaining with such ease everything he coveted, was a fundamental violation of the order of his universe. Elena Vance, he spat out, his voice strangled. How could you? I met his gaze, my own cold and steady. Daniel Hayes, who I choose to marry, is none of your business. The neighbors, emboldened by the spectacle and the shift in power, didn't hold back. Daniel, don't tell me you're jealous just because Elena found herself a good man. Weren't you the one who dumped her for the factory director's daughter? It's too late for regrets now. Honestly, the more I look at Marcus Thorne, the more I like him. What a fine young man. Daniel and Sarah's expressions were a sight to behold. I saw a flash of pure, venomous jealousy in Sarah's eyes before she dug her nails sharply into Daniel's arm. But he didn't even flinch. He just stood there, his face shifting from red to pale to a sickly gray, utterly defeated by the display. And then, in the midst of this, Marcus Thorne did the unthinkable. He turned to me, and in front of God and everyone, he dropped to one knee. The courtyard fell so silent you could hear the chickens clucking in the distance. I, Marcus Thorne, he said, his voice ringing out strong and clear, swear before all the elders and villagers today. As long as Elena agrees to marry me, every cent I earn from this day forward will be given to her to manage. I'll love her with all I have for the rest of my life and never take another woman. My breath caught in my throat. In my last life I had saved and sacrificed for Daniel for decades, only to be cast aside like garbage. Now here was a man on his knees willing to hand over his entire world, his entire future, just for me to say yes. The contrast was so stark it was dizzying. I looked at this man with his street-smart confidence and his unexpectedly tender heart. I saw the nervous hope in his eyes, the genuine commitment in his vow. How could I possibly say no? I took a deep breath, my heart swelling with a feeling I hadn't known in a lifetime, pure, unadulterated hope. I met his gaze and let a soft, genuine smile touch my lips. "I do," I said. The tension shattered. A joyous roar went up from the crowd. Marcus's face broke into a brilliant, uncontainable smile of pure relief and elation. He almost leapt to his feet, looking like he wanted to sweep me into his arms then and there. As the crowd buzzed and cheered, Daniel and Sarah slunk away, their grand entrance completely forgotten, their arrogance deflated. When Sarah left, she shot me a look of such venomous hatred it could have curdled milk. But I didn't care. Let her hate me. Let them both rot in their bitterness. My new life had officially begun. The weeks following the proposal were a whirlwind. The disdainful whispers in Oakwood Village had transformed into envious chatter. I was no longer poor Elena jilted by Daniel Hayes, but Elena Vance, the future Mrs. Thorne. The power of perception, I was learning, was often just as potent as reality. Marcus was true to his word. He involved me in everything, treating our impending marriage as a partnership from the very start. He brought ledgers to our kitchen table, his large, capable hands tracing columns of numbers as he explained his various ventures. Small-scale transport, buying and selling surplus goods from the city, a few tentative deals with traders from the coast. His mind was sharp, intuitive, and unafraid of risk, but I saw the gaps. He was brilliant at seizing opportunities but less focused on long-term stability. "See this," he said one afternoon, pointing to a figure. "Bought 50 cartons of foreign cigarettes from a port contact. Sold them in the city for triple in 2 days. Easy money." "It is," I agreed, pouring him more tea. "But it's unpredictable. What happens when your port contact dries up? Or when the city cracks down on unlicensed tobacco sales?" He looked at me not with annoyance but with genuine curiosity. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we use that easy money to build something harder but more permanent." I leaned forward. "The whole country is changing, Marcus. There's talk of reform and opening up, even in the newspaper my father reads. The future isn't in quick, gray market deals. It's in real trade. Connecting what's made here with what's needed there officially." He stared at me, a slow grin spreading across his face. "You sound like one of those economists from the capital. But smarter." He tapped the ledger. "Go on." It was then I knew I had made the right choice. Daniel had never listened to my ideas, he'd only ever expected my support. Marcus was listening as if I held a map to a hidden treasure. Our wedding was a spectacle that would be talked about in Oakwood Village for a generation. Marcus didn't just hold a banquet, he staged an event. He rented the entire open-air pavilion at the Friendship Hotel, the most prestigious venue in the county seat. He hired 2 Liberation brand trucks to ferry every single villager who wanted to attend from Oakwood to the city and back, turning the journey into a roaring, joyful procession. On the day I wore a dress of vibrant red silk, tailored and modern, not the traditional stiff jacket so many brides still wore. Marcus stood beside me at the entrance to the pavilion, greeting our guests, his hand resting possessively on the small of my back. He wore a Western-style suit, and he looked so handsome and sure of himself that my heart ached with a fragile happiness. His eyes, whenever they met mine, overflowed with a kind of bewildered, grateful love that made me feel seen in a way I never had before. We had 20 tables laden with food, whole steamed fish, braised pork belly, platters of dumplings, and fruits I was sure most of the villagers had never seen before. My father, Thomas, moved through the crowd, his face split by a permanent, proud grin. The humiliation Daniel had inflicted was washed away in a tide of roast duck and fine liquor. And then, as if summoned by the very force of my contentment, he appeared. Daniel Hayes stood at the edge of the pavilion, his hair slicked back with too much pomade, his best shirt neatly pressed. He waited until Marcus was pulled away by a group of well-wishing businessmen, then he slithered through the crowd to my side. "Elena," he said, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "This is your last chance. If you leave with me right now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened." I stared at him, truly stunned by the sheer, unadulterated arrogance. He looked at me with burning, intense eyes, fully believing that I was just playing a part, that in my heart of hearts, I was still his, waiting for him to rescue me from my gilded cage. A laugh, sharp and utterly without mirth, escaped my lips. He flinched. Before I could even form a cutting reply, a warm, solid presence was at my side. Marcus had seen him. He didn't look angry, he looked amused. He took my hand, lacing his fingers through mine, a gesture of pure, unshakable solidarity. "Mr. Hayes," Marcus said, his voice playful but with a core of steel. "Today's my wedding day. Are you here to cause a scene?" He didn't raise his voice, but it carried, drawing the attention of nearby guests. "My wife has excellent taste. No way she'd be interested in someone like you." Daniel's face flushed a deep, angry red. His whole body trembled with rage. "You, Daniel." The shrill voice cut through the festivities. Emily Parker stood at the pavilion entrance, her face a mask of fury. She was dressed in a new outfit, clearly bought to compete, but she looked cheap and desperate next to the simple elegance of the event. "I've been looking for you all morning," she screeched, storming over. "You said you were out delivering mail. And here you are at her wedding. Do you regret proposing to me now?" Her voice cracked, on the verge of theatrical tears. All eyes were on them now, a free, embarrassing sideshow to our main event. The stares seemed to physically press down on them. "Elena Vance, just you wait," Daniel snarled at me, his voice low and venomous. Then he grabbed Emily's arm and practically dragged her out of the pavilion, a storm of humiliation and mutual loathing. Marcus turned to me, his playful grin back in place. "Well, that was entertaining. Don't let trash like that ruin your mood, my beautiful wife." He leaned in, whispering with a boyish smugness. "So how'd I do? Wasn't I cool?" Looking at his proud, goofy face, all the tension melted away. I squeezed his hand. "You were perfect." After the wedding, we settled into the small city house whose deed he had presented to my father. It was simple but clean, with running water and its own private courtyard. It was a palace compared to the cramped, communal living of the village. Our life together was peaceful, sweet, and filled with a growing mutual respect. True to his vow, Marcus handed over his earnings every week. He didn't just give me money, he gave me control. He trusted my judgment implicitly. Meanwhile, Daniel was making good on his public promise to make it big. Using the knowledge he'd brought back, he leveraged his position as a mail carrier to start a side business. He began trafficking in pirated cassette tapes, smuggled in from coastal ports. The music was a novelty, a craving for the youth, and he had a near monopoly. Soon he made his first real pile of cash. He bought Emily new flashy clothes and splurged on a brand new Japanese motorcycle. Every day they would roar through Oakwood Village, Emily clinging to his back, her laughter loud and ostentatious. They were the new it couple, and Emily never missed a chance to preen. "Did you see my new watch?" she'd ask the village women, loud enough for me to hear if I was visiting my father. "Daniel says only the best for me. It's a shame some people have to marry for money because they were thrown away." Sometimes, Daniel would gun the motorcycle's engine as he passed our city house, shouting about a new deal or a fancy purchase. "Elena, you see this? This is what a real life looks like. You could have had all this." I never responded. I would just watch from the window, a quiet smile on my face. His childish bragging was a mask for a deep, gnawing insecurity. He was riding high, but his business was built on sand, unregulated, unstable, and entirely dependent on the lax enforcement of the moment. I knew a storm was coming. The real opportunities, the lasting ones, were still ahead of us, waiting to be built. Using the fragmented memories of policy shifts from my past life and a growing understanding of the economic currents, I began to guide our investments. We took the profits from Marcus's smaller ventures and, with the contacts he'd made, quietly began moving into foreign trade. Marcus trusted me completely. "You have a nose for this, Elena," he'd say, amazed as another of my suggestions paid off. We made several trips south to the special economic zones in Shenzhen and Guangzhou. The air there crackled with a frenetic energy, a hunger for the new. We met with Hong Kong traders, their suits sharper, their calculators never far from hand. We used the information and price gaps between the mainland and Hong Kong to our advantage. Our first major deal was securing a large order of affordable synthetic fabrics for a local street committee. Fabrics that were cheaper and more stylish than the local Dacron. The profit was staggering, far surpassing anything Daniel was making with his tapes. But we kept a low profile. To the outside world, Marcus Thorne was still the same lucky scoundrel, and I was the wife who had married into a stagnant fortune. Let Daniel and Emily have their spotlight. We were building our foundation in the shadows, brick by solid brick, waiting for the moment their house of cards would fall. The city's first official trade fair was the event of the season. It was a signal, a grand opening of doors that had been sealed for decades. For Marcus and me, it was our coming out party. For Daniel, it would be the beginning of his end. We were invited as official representatives of the city's emerging private trade sector. Our booth was large, in a prime location near the entrance, professionally curated with samples of our most successful imports. Sleek, precision-engineered wristwatches under glass counters, and bolts of the elegant, affordable synthetic fabric that was becoming our signature product. The day was a whirlwind of handshakes and negotiations. Mr. Chin, the head organizer, had greeted us with deep respect, his demeanor making it clear to all that we were guests of honor. Marcus, in his element, charmed officials and buyers alike, while I handled the details of orders and contracts, my calm efficiency a perfect counterpoint to his gregarious energy. We were in the middle of discussing a large order with the department store manager when I heard a familiar, condescending voice. Well, if it isn't Mr. and Mrs. Thorne. Daniel Hayes stood at the edge of our booth, Emily on his arm. He was dressed in a cheap, ill-fitting suit, trying to project an image of success, but he just looked like a boy playing dress-up. His eyes swept over our display, a flicker of pure, unvarnished jealousy quickly masked by arrogance. "Came to check out the trade fair, huh?" he said, his voice loud. "I guess you two wanted to see what real business looks like. This place isn't for regular folks like you. It's for big players." He puffed out his chest. "Hope you brought enough money. Nothing here's cheap." I couldn't help it. I laughed. It was a clear, genuine sound that made his face tighten. Marcus just smiled, a slow, predatory grin. "We managed to scrape a few things together, Hayes. Don't you worry about us." It was then that Daniel noticed the official placard on our booth, the one with our company name and the words "Invited Guest" stamped in red. His confidence faltered for a second. Before he could process it, Marcus and I excused ourselves from the department store manager and moved to speak with another client. As we turned, Daniel suddenly darted in front of me, blocking my path. He grabbed a cassette tape from the small box he was carrying, his own sad makeshift inventory for his paltry booth somewhere in the far corners of the hall. "Elena," he said, his voice low and intense, trying to shove the tape into my hands. "I've said it before. Only I, Daniel Hayes, can give you the kind of life people envy. Take it. This is top-quality stuff, fresh from Hong Kong." I recoiled, slapping his hand away. The tape flew from his grip and clattered to the concrete floor, the plastic casing cracking. "Daniel Hayes," I said, my voice cold and steady. "Are you still dreaming?" His face contorted in rage. "Elena Vance, you're unbelievable. Do you even know how much that tape costs?" he yelled, drawing stares from nearby attendees. "Pay for it. Now." Just then Mr. Chin, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Daniel's eyes lit up with vindictive triumph. He stepped into the man's path, putting on a pitiful expression. "Sir, these two intentionally broke my merchandise. They're causing trouble at the fair. We paid good money to be here. You have to make them compensate me. At least 100, no, 1,000 yuan." Mr. Chin's brow furrowed in annoyance. He completely ignored Daniel, brushing past him as if he were a piece of furniture. He walked up to Marcus and me, his stern face instantly softening into a respectful smile. "There you are," he said warmly, reaching out to shake Marcus's hand. "We've been expecting you. Must have been a long trip back from your last sourcing trip to Hong Kong." I smiled politely. "Thank you for inviting us, Mr. Chin. It's an honor to be part of this." Mr. Chin laughed heartily. "You're being modest. You and Mr. Thorne are well-known representatives of the city's rising private trade scene. Your success is admired by all." He glanced dismissively at the broken tape on the floor. "Please don't let any minor disruptions bother you. Your special booth has been ready. Shall we?" At that, Daniel's jaw dropped. I could almost hear the crack. The crowd that had gathered was now staring at us with newfound respect, and at Daniel with open ridicule. As we walked with Mr. Chin toward our main booth, a curious crowd, including a stunned Daniel and Emily, trailed behind us. When they saw our main display, the gleaming watches, the vibrant fabrics, All officially imported and sanctioned. Their jealousy was palpable. This can't be real, Daniel muttered, his eyes wide. Emily was practically vibrating with envy, her gaze locked on the elegant watch on my wrist. For a moment I thought she might lunge and try to rip it off. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Marcus and I confidently conducted our business. Praise and purchase orders flowed. Our booth became the epicenter of the fair, a hub of legitimate, prosperous commerce. In stark contrast, Daniel and Emily's tiny stall with its pile of pirated tapes looked pathetic and shabby. Later, when Marcus was pulled away by some city officials, Daniel approached me again, his expression a storm of suspicion and fury. "Elena Vance," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "Tell me the truth. Where did you get all this? Did you remember something too?" I kept my face a calm mask. "What are you talking about, Daniel? I don't understand." His teeth were gritted. "Don't play dumb with me. I know you've been reborn. If I hadn't saved you back then, you'd be dead. And now that you've climbed up the ladder by hooking up with Marcus Thorne, you think you can just cast me aside." He leaned in, his breath hot on my face. "That trade business of yours? I want half. Oh. Hand over the whole thing or I'll expose you. I'll tell everyone what you are. That you're a freak who came back from the dead." I looked at his greedy, twisted face, the face of the man who had murdered me, and felt nothing but cold, clean disgust. "Daniel Hayes," I said calmly. "You're sick and there's no cure for you." I turned to leave. Enraged, he raised his hand as if to strike me. But before the blow could fall, a hand like a steel vice clamped around his wrist. Marcus had returned. His face was dark with a thunderous rage I had never seen before. "What?" Marcus said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Do you think you're doing?" Daniel winced in pain, his bravado vanishing. "Let go of me, Thorne. This is between me and Elena." "Elena is my wife," Marcus said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was more terrifying than any shout. "Anything that concerns her concerns me." He flung Daniel's arm away with such force that Daniel stumbled back. Marcus then turned to me, his expression instantly softening as he placed a protective hand on my shoulder. "Come on, Elena. Let's go. He's not worth our time." I nodded. We walked away together, leaving Daniel standing alone, his body trembling with a rage so complete it seemed to consume him. He didn't notice Emily watching from a distance, her eyes fixed not on him, but on the way Marcus's hand rested on the small of my back, a look of complicated, bitter envy on her face. The battle at the trade fair was over. We had won, publicly and decisively. But I knew Daniel wasn't finished. His pride was in tatters, and a man with nothing left to lose is a dangerous creature. The real war was just beginning. The success of the trade fair solidified our reputation. Marcus Thorne was no longer just a wealthy ne'er-do-well. He was a respected entrepreneur, a visionary. And I was his secret weapon, the quiet, sharp-minded wife whose intuition for business was uncanny. We moved from our small city house into a spacious two-story home with a garden in the best part of the county town. Through our Hong Kong connections, we even imported a nearly new Toyota sedan, a deep green marvel that turned heads wherever we went. News of our new home and car swept through Oakwood Village, eclipsing all of Daniel's previous boasts. The narrative had irrevocably shifted. That Thorne boy hit the jackpot marrying Elena. She's a lucky charm. Did you see the car? I heard it cost more than a house. Remember when we thought she was settling? Turns out she was playing chess while Daniel was playing checkers. When Daniel heard the news, he was reportedly speechless for a full day. Marcus Thorne, that useless troublemaker. Where did he get that kind of money? He was said to have ranted. Meanwhile, he was struggling to scrape together enough to buy Emily a decent wristwatch, a poor imitation of the one I wore. Watching me live a life far beyond his reach, a life he once believed I could never achieve without him, shattered the last vestiges of his superiority. He began to suffer from insomnia. At night, haunted by the memories he'd tried to bury, the ghost of our first life would creep in. He remembered the days after the accident when he was crippled and helpless. He remembered me staying by his side day and night, feeding him, washing him, pushing his wheelchair into the feeble sun. He remembered how, at our lowest, I'd racked my brain to come up with small business ideas. Mending clothes, selling homemade pickles, just to keep us from starving. A corrosive regret began to eat at him. He wondered, If I hadn't been blinded by Emily's family background, if I had truly cherished Elena, would I now be the one living in that two-story house, driving that car? As he wrestled with these demons, Emily came to him, her eyes bright with avarice. Daniel, I saw a new watch at the department store. It looks just like the one Elena wore at the trade fair. Buy it for me. He bit back his frustration. How much? 2,000. 2,000 yuan, he exploded, the pressure finally boiling over. What kind of damn watch costs that much? He couldn't afford it. The irritation and remorse he'd been suppressing erupted. Why are you always comparing yourself to Elena? He's smart. He helps her husband build a business. And you? All you do is spend and nag. He lashed out, calling her vain, greedy, and completely indifferent to his struggles. But Emily wasn't one to be silenced. She broke down in loud, dramatic sobs. And what about you? Why don't you look at how Marcus treats Elena? He buys her gold rings and designer purses. You're just a worthless, broke loser. I should never have married you in the first place. The fight ended with Emily being sent back to her parents' house in a fury. Daniel, left alone in the silence, felt a perverse sense of relief. But it was short-lived. For the iron fist of the city was finally coming down. A massive enforcement campaign, stricter and more sweeping than anyone had anticipated, was launched across the region. The authorities were cracking down hard on speculative trading and unlicensed business activity. The gray market was being painted black. Panic spread like wildfire. Those who had made money skirting the rules sensed real danger and froze their operations, choosing to wait out the storm. But not Daniel. Stubborn, arrogant, and blinded by his reborn foresight. He believed this was just a temporary bluff, no different from previous, smaller crackdowns. He mocked those who retreated as cowards. The bold get rich, the timid starve, he scoffed to anyone who would listen. You people will never make it big with your fear. But I saw the scattered signals for what they were. A fundamental shift. I immediately went to Marcus. We need to offload anything that falls into a regulatory gray zone. No. And we need to redirect our profits from foreign trade into more stable, tangible assets. As always, he trusted me without question. Whatever you say, boss. He grinned. We moved with a speed that baffled our competitors. We sold off remaining stock of certain electronics and non-essential imported goods at low prices. Yes, we took a loss, but we avoided a catastrophe. Then we used the liquidated capital to fully pay for our new house and car. We were battening down the hatches. News about Daniel came quickly. Because his tape reselling operation had expanded too recklessly and his supply chains were blatantly unregulated, he became a prime target. Almost overnight, the authorities raided his warehouse. All his stockpiled goods were seized and confiscated. Every penny he had invested evaporated. His entire cash flow collapsed. He didn't just lose everything, he fell deep into debt. The business partners who once called him Brother Hayes now avoided him like the plague. And then came the final blow. Emily. When she found out he was not just broke but in debt, she didn't offer comfort or support. She didn't even show her face. She quietly emptied the last of his remaining cash and the few pieces of cheap jewelry he'd bought her, then disappeared without a trace. She left him only a scrap of paper, a cold echo of his own faithlessness. Take care of yourself. Don't come looking for me again. Daniel was left completely alone, stunned and ruined. He had spent this entire second life scheming and calculating. How had it all ended in this? Betrayed by the woman he'd chosen, bankrupt and drowning in debt. He couldn't understand why, even with knowledge of the future, he had failed so spectacularly. He wandered the city streets in a daze, a hollowed-out shell of the arrogant man he had been. It was in this state that our paths crossed one final decisive time. Our brand-new Toyota sedan rolled to a smooth stop at a curb near the city center. Marcus, glowing with health and confidence, stepped out from the driver's side. He walked around the car with a gentleman's flair and opened the passenger door for me, offering his hand. I took it, stepping out onto the pavement, saying something to him that made us both laugh. The sight of us, happy, successful, and utterly together, pierced Daniel like a physical blow. He instinctively tried to shrink into the shadows, but it was too late. We had seen him. Marcus saw him too. His arm tightened protectively around my waist. Daniel opened his mouth, trying to form words. A greeting, a plea, a curse. But no sound emerged. He looked at me vibrant and loved. He looked at Marcus handsome and successful. Then he looked down at his own broken, defeated self, his clothes rumpled, his face gaunt. A wave of shame and regret so powerful it was almost tangible washed over him. In the end he could say nothing. He could only watch, a forgotten spectator, as Marcus guided me into an upscale restaurant, the door closing behind us, shutting him out of our world forever. Only then did he finally understand what he had truly lost. He'd been given a second chance at life and had destroyed it with his own hands. The woman he had abandoned had become the very embodiment of the success and happiness he had craved. That night, Daniel drank himself into oblivion at a filthy roadside bar. Alone he cursed the heavens for being unfair, cursed Emily for being heartless, and cursed himself for being blind and foolish. He collapsed drunk and insensate onto the dark street. And in the deep of night a freight truck, its driver's visibility limited, failed to see the crumpled form at the road's edge. It rolled directly over his legs. The sound of snapping bone was lost in the rumble of the engine. Fate, in its cruel, perfect irony, had come full circle. In our previous life he lost his legs saving me. In this one he lost them through his own selfishness and folly, utterly and completely alone. His second life was swallowed by the same darkness as his first. The news reached Oakwood Village by midday. Daniel Hayes, the once promising postal worker, had been in a terrible accident. He was alive but his legs were crushed. He was crippled, penniless and drowning in debt. The village that had once buzzed with his boasts now murmured with a kind of grim pity. The power couple was now a tragic punchline. I felt a strange emptiness when my father told me. It wasn't victory. It wasn't even satisfaction. It was the quiet closing of a long, painful chapter. The karmic balance had been restored with an almost mathematical precision. Meanwhile, the foreign trade business Marcus and I had built grew stronger and more resilient. We had navigated the policy crackdown unscathed, our reputation for clean dealing and quality goods earning us more official contracts. Marcus completely shed his old reputation. He was now Mr. Thorne, a brilliant young businessman known for his sharp mind and, just as famously, his devotion to his wife. The legend of our partnership spread. Without Elena I'd be nothing, he'd tell anyone who asked, his hand finding mine, his eyes sincere. And he meant it. We were happy. Truly deeply happy. The kind of happiness that isn't loud or boastful, but quiet and steady, built on a foundation of mutual trust and shared purpose. And then a new joy bloomed in our lives. I discovered I was pregnant. The news filled our new home with a light so brilliant it felt like we could live on it alone. Marcus was ecstatic, treating me as if I were made of glass and gold, his love now tinged with a wondrous, protective awe. One drizzly afternoon, we drove the Toyota out to inspect a garment factory we had recently invested in, a logical expansion of our fabric trade. The factory was on the outskirts of the county town, a sprawling, noisy complex of brick and corrugated metal. As soon as the car stopped in front of the main gate, a familiar hunched figure caught my attention. Daniel. He was hobbling out of the factory gate on a pair of worn wooden crutches, his body soaked from the rain, struggling with every step. He looked decades older. His face was sallow and drawn from long-term malnutrition and hardship, his eyes dulled by a hopelessness that was painful to behold. He was clearly doing some menial, low-paying odd job within. When he saw us, he froze. A storm of emotions flickered across his ravaged face. Shame, regret, and a deep, cringing humility. He hesitated, watching as Marcus came around to open my car door. Then, gathering some desperate final shred of courage, he hobbled toward us, dragging one leg, the crutches scraping painfully on the wet asphalt. He blocked my path just as I was about to step out. Elena. His voice was a hoarse, dry rasp, tinged with a desperation that was utterly foreign coming from him. He couldn't meet my eyes. I know I was wrong, he choked out. I shouldn't have treated you that way. He lowered his head further, rainwater dripping from his matted hair. Emily, she lied to me. She used me. He finally looked up, his eyes filled with a pleading, sorrowful hope that was somehow more pathetic than his anger had ever been. Is there any chance we could go back? Back to the way things were? He took a ragged breath, playing his final, most pathetic card. I became disabled, because I was trying to save you. Remember? He was trying to summon sympathy, to tug on the last thread that connected us from our past life, the one he thought would bind me to him forever. I looked at him calmly. I looked at the face that had once been the sun of my universe, now just a roadmap of misery. But inside I felt nothing. No hatred, no anger, not even a ripple of pity. Just a distant, profound sense of closure. The debt was paid. The ledger was balanced. Before I could even speak, Marcus was there. He didn't push Daniel, didn't shout. He simply stepped forward and positioned himself between us, his broad back shielding me completely, a wall of quiet, unassailable finality. "Daniel Hayes," Marcus said, his voice not loud, but carrying a calm, indisputable authority that brooked no argument. "My wife is pregnant. She's very happy now. She doesn't need anyone disturbing her peace." He paused, letting the words sink in, each one a nail in the coffin of Daniel's hopes. "Whatever happened in the past, good or bad, it's already over. You made your choice. You live with it." Then he turned his back on Daniel completely, his entire focus on me. His expression softened into a tender smile as he wrapped a strong arm around my shoulders. "Come on, Elena. It's raining. Let's not catch a cold." I nodded, leaning into his warmth and strength. I let him guide me through the factory gates, away from the wreckage of the past. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew what was there. Behind us, Daniel stood alone in the relentless drizzle, watching us walk away together. His back, once so proud and straight, slowly slumped forward until he was barely upright on his crutches. The rain streamed down his face, mingling with his tears, washing away the last of his pride, his hope, his very identity. And in that moment he finally understood the ultimate unforgiving truth. Some people, once you lose them, are gone for good. And what he had lost through his own greed and arrogance was not just a woman, but his entire chance at redemption, at love, at a life worth living. He was left with nothing but the cold rain and the echo of his own regrets. The finality of that encounter in the rain settled over me like a deep, lasting peace. The ghost that had haunted my second chance had been laid to rest, not with vengeance, but with the simple, profound act of living well. The space in my heart that had been reserved for old pain was now filled to overflowing with the present. My pregnancy became the center of our universe. Marcus transformed from a confident businessman into a comically anxious soon-to-be father. He fretted over my diet, my rest, the temperature of the house. He would talk to my growing belly, his voice a low, earnest rumble, telling our child stories of his business deals, promising them a world full of love and opportunity. The sight of this strong, capable man brought to his knees by the miracle of a tiny, kicking foot was enough to make my heart ache with a joy so sharp it was almost painful. "He's going to be a girl," Marcus declared one evening, his hand resting on the swell of my stomach as we sat in our garden. "She's going to be as clever and beautiful as her mother." "Or he's going to be a boy," I countered, smiling, "with his father's charm and his mother's good sense." "As long as they're healthy," he said, his voice suddenly soft and serious. "As long as you are both safe, Elena. That's all that matters in this world." Our business, now firmly established as Thorn Imports, continued to thrive. The stability we had fought for paid dividends. We were no longer just traders. We were employers, partners, a respected local institution. My role evolved from behind-the-scenes strategist to an equal partner in the public eye. I attended meetings, negotiated contracts, and my opinion was sought on everything from logistics to marketing. The Lucky Charm narrative had faded, replaced by a genuine respect for my acumen. We used our success to lift up those around us. My father, Thomas, retired from his back-breaking farm work and moved into a small, comfortable cottage on our property. The pride in his eyes every time he looked at me, at our home, at my thriving husband, was my greatest reward. He would spend his days tending a small vegetable patch and doting on me, his constant refrain being, "I always knew you were destined for great things, my girl. I just didn't know how great." The news of Daniel's fate became a distant, sad footnote. He had been forced to leave the county town, too deep in debt and too humiliated to stay. Rumor had it he'd moved to a remote village to live with a distant, reluctant relative, surviving on meager government disability and the charity of others. The man who had dreamed of soaring higher than anyone else had been grounded, permanently and utterly. There were no more thoughts of him, no more energy wasted. He was simply gone. The day our daughter was born was the day the sun truly felt like it was shining for us alone. We named her and meaning, peace. Little and had Marcus's dark, expressive eyes and a tuft of my fair hair. The moment the midwife placed her in my arms, a tiny warm weight against my chest, the last lingering shadows of my first life dissolved. This was the true purpose of my rebirth. Not for revenge but for this. For this perfect, new beginning swaddled in soft cotton. Marcus wept unashamedly when he held her for the first time, his large, calloused hands impossibly gentle. "Hello, little one," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Your papa is here. I'm going to give you the whole world." Watching him with our daughter was a revelation. He was a natural father, patient, playful, and utterly devoted. The man who had once been known for his wild streak now found his greatest joy in rocking his baby to sleep or making silly faces to hear her gurgle with laughter. The love I felt for him deepened into something unshakable, a bedrock certainty that this was the man I was always meant to build a life with. As I grew from a baby into a bright, curious toddler, our lives settled into a rhythm of deep contentment. Our business expanded, but we prioritized our family. There were no more frantic, extended trips south. We built a team we could trust, delegating authority and ensuring our time was spent where it mattered most. At home. One summer afternoon, we hosted a picnic in our garden. Our friends and business associates were there, their children running and playing on the lawn. My father sat in a comfortable chair, bouncing a giggling in on his knee. The air was filled with the smell of grilled meat and the sound of easy laughter. I stood with Marcus at the edge of the lawn, his arm around my waist, watching the scene. Our daughter, our home, our happiness, it was all so tangible, so real. "You know," Marcus said quietly, his lips close to my ear, "when that matchmaker first came to me and said the most beautiful, intelligent girl in Oakwood Village was willing to marry me, I thought it was a trick. I thought your father was setting me up for a beating." I leaned my head against his shoulder. "And now?" He turned me slightly to face him, his eyes serious. "Now I know I'm the luckiest man who ever lived. You saw something in me that I didn't even see in myself, Elena. You didn't just marry me, you built me. You built this." He gestured to everything around us. "This life, it's all because of you." Tears pricked at my eyes, but they were tears of pure joy. "We built it together, Marcus. You gave me your trust. That was the foundation for everything." In that moment, surrounded by the love and life we had created, the past felt not like a separate life, but like a faded, painful dream. The decades of servitude, the betrayal, the coldness under the wheels of the truck, they had no power here. They were the fertilizer from which this beautiful, peaceful present had grown. This was my victory. Not Daniel's downfall, but this. A husband who looked at me as his equal, his partner, his everything. A daughter who would never know a day without being cherished. A father who could live out his years in comfort and pride. A legacy not of bitterness but of sunlight. I had been given a second chance, and I had not simply avoided a bad fate. I had crafted a wonderful one. I had taken the shattered pieces of one life and, with patience and love, built a mosaic far more beautiful than the original painting could ever have been. Years have a way of flowing like a river, swift and steady. The vibrant young mother I was slowly matured into a woman of substance, the co-architect of a small commercial empire and the matriarch of a thriving family. The sharp edges of my past softened further, becoming stories I rarely told, lessons absorbed into the bedrock of my character, and grew from a bright toddler into a formidable young woman. She inherited Marcus's boldness and my quiet determination, a combination that made her a force of nature. She had no interest in the traditional paths for women. From a young age she was in her father's office, her small face serious as she listened to business discussions, asking questions that were startlingly perceptive. Marcus, of course, was utterly wrapped around her finger and began teaching her everything he knew, his pride in her evident in every glance. Our business, Thorn Imports, evolved into the Thorn Group. We diversified, investing in local manufacturing, real estate, and even a small modern farm. We were pillars of the community, known not just for our wealth but for our integrity. The name Thorn was synonymous with success built on honesty, a far cry from its earlier, rougher connotations. One evening, and now 17, came to my study. She had been analyzing the accounts for one of our newer ventures. "Mother," she began, her brow furrowed in a way that was so like my own. The profit margins on the textile side are shrinking. The market is becoming saturated. But I've been looking at the new electronics coming from the special zones. There's a demand and our existing shipping channels could be adapted. I listened, a smile playing on my lips. He was right. It was the same instinct Marcus and I had relied on years ago, the ability to see the turning tide. Your father and I have been discussing the same thing, I said. We were thinking of sending a trusted team to Shenzhen next month to scout opportunities. Perhaps you should lead it. Her eyes widened, then shone with a fierce light. Really? You'd trust me with that? We built this for you, and not just to inherit but to shape. Your judgment is sound. It's time. Watching her excitement, I was filled with a profound sense of continuity. The second chance I had been given was now rippling forward, creating opportunities for my daughter that I could never have dreamed of in my first narrow life. Marcus and I grew older together, our love mellowing into a deep, comfortable companionship. The frantic energy of our youth gave way to a quieter strength. We still worked together every day, but our evenings were for us. A quiet walk in our garden, a shared pot of tea talking about Anne's future, or simply sitting in comfortable silence, our hands linked. One such evening, as we watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple, he turned to me. "Do you ever think about him?" he asked quietly. He never said the name, but he didn't need to. I looked out at the peaceful, sprawling view from our veranda, our legacy tangible and real. I thought of the decades of love, the shared struggles and triumphs, the daughter who was our greatest joy. "No," I answered, and it was the complete and utter truth. There was no room for ghosts in a life so full. That was another lifetime ago. It has no place here. He squeezed my hand. Good. The past was a closed book. A lesson learned, a pain endured and overcome. It held no power, no regret, no lingering curiosity. Daniel Hayes was a stranger, a character from a tragic story I had once read, not a man I had ever truly known. The harvest of my second chance was abundant. It was in the respect in people's eyes when they spoke to me. It was in the robust health of my aging father, who passed away peacefully in his sleep, surrounded by love. It was in the dynamic, confident woman my daughter was becoming. And most of all, it was in the man sitting beside me, whose love had been the constant, unwavering sun in my rebuilt world. My first life had been defined by sacrifice for a man who saw me as a tool. My second was defined by a partnership with a man who saw me as his equal. I had been reborn not just into a different time but into a different destiny. I had traded a cane for a cornerstone, and with it I had built a life that could withstand any storm. I looked at Marcus, my partner, my love, my second chance. The sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to appear. "It's been a good life, hasn't it?" I said. He brought my hand to his lips and kissed it gently, his eyes still so full of love, meeting mine in the twilight. "The best, Elena," he whispered. "The very best." The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.